you are here. Before I begin, I would like to share a few reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and sheriff's department to be able to move about. Also, except when honoring our flag, our opening prayer, and when participating in called audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a great and productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. At this point, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. Pete Wildebor.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Board members, thank you for being here. At this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please signify by also saying aye. That passes 7-0. At this time, we will have our invocation. Our invocation will be given this evening by Morning Star Fellowship Pastor Travis Newton, and he will be doing that remotely.
Yes, this is Travis Newton. I'm the pastor of Morning Star Fellowship, and I'm calling to give the prayer for the school board tonight. Father in heaven, we thank you for the love that you have for us. And Lord, I pray for your spirit to help all those who are here to make decisions concerning the children and their education. Lord, please teach us all, as it says in Psalms 90:12, to number our days that we may present to you a heart of wisdom, knowing that each will one day leave this life and give an account to you for all of our lives. I pray for the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom, that we would make righteous decisions in view of our Father in heaven who's watching us right now. And Lord, you said in Mark 10:14 to allow the children to come to you. And Lord, you said to not forbid them, for the kingdom of God belongs to these. And you also warned us, Lord, in Matthew 18:6, you warned us that whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in you to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and to be drowned in the depth of the sea. Lord, knowing these things, that we're going to give an account to you for how we lead these children and what we do with them, and that you are indeed watching. Lord, I pray that your spirit would fall on this council and they would do what's right in your sight, knowing that every decision they make, they will give an account before the God of heaven. And so, Lord, having seen these things, I pray for your help and your grace upon each one of them, that you would give them your heart for your kids and that they would do what is right in your sight. And we pray this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
This evening, the New Hanover County Army Junior ROTC Color Guard Unit will be providing the presentation of colors. It's under the direction of Captain Lance Gaither and First Sergeant David Redwine, Principal Philip Sutton. And our national anthem will be sung by Mrs. Hannah James, chorus teacher at New Hanover High School, and she will be singing that for us.
Forward, arch. Colors, halt. Left, face. Freezing, colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant
ask Vice Chair Pat Bradford to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. If we could get the color guard to come on back, we'd just love to have them introduce themselves. You may be seated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah James, and I'm the choir director at New Hanover High School. I've had the pleasure of teaching there for the past 6 years, and our color guard is with us tonight as well.
My name is Isaiah Allen, and I'm Cadet Sergeant at New Hanover High School.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sheets from New Hanover High School. I'm the battalion commander of our school. Woo.
I'm First Sergeant Haley Allen of New Hanover High School. Yeah, bye.
I'm Corporal Williams from New Hanover High School.
Thank you all for being here today. You did a great job. Thank you so much. Would you like to speak? No, you're good. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Our next order of business is the approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved?
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? No discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries 7-0. At this point, we will invite our student voice members up. So if you'd like to come on up and join us, thank you all for being here this evening. We certainly do appreciate it. Wow, group's growing. I love it.
Good afternoon, board members. It's great to be here today with some members of our newly selected student ambassador team. So this is just like about a fourth of the group. But yeah, we just had our kickoff summit last Tuesday. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see lots of fun pictures from it. We have a total of 41 members of our student ambassador team. And we had over 30 of our students attend the summit. We had a great time. It was on Halloween, so we did a little celebrating too, had some candy, played some fun games, and we provided time for everyone to review our norms for our group and to make updates. We had such a positive turnout that some of our newest members were eager to speak today, so we are going to hear from some of them about just talking about the different things we brainstormed at our kickoff summit, kind of our vision for the year, and what we started thinking about. So I'm going to invite Sadie and Ava to first introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about.
Okay, hi, my name is Ava. This is Sadie. So just want to start out by talking about what we did at our last summit. We played a lot of fun games and stuff, but we also brainstormed ideas as to what we could implement in our school systems to make it better and what's not really working right now, but also what is working. So if you'll go to the next slide. Some of the things that are currently working are responsive leadership. So a lot of the teachers and principals in the schools, they're very active in listening to what the students have to say and what we want them to do, and the relationships we have are very connecting with each other, and it's very good. Also, resource availability. So a lot of students who don't really have things at home, that's not the only thing that has been working. Up-to-date technology like smart boards, tablets, interactive learning and enrichment and opportunities and equipment inside and outside of the classroom. So extracurriculars, clubs, summer programs, internships. They're all things that us as students, we really appreciate what's going on. If you go to the next slide. Some of the things that we talked about that weren't really working, most of the things that kept coming up were the AIG program accessibilities. So a lot of students that have, like through elementary school and middle school, they have been in the AIG programs, so they just stay in them. And the students that weren't in the AIG programs, they didn't really get the opportunity to get into them. And so that's something that we've come up with ideas to make it more known that these opportunities are available for students who may not have been in them previously. We've also had some issues with the EOC testing, not really the tests themselves, but how a lot of students have been required to go into school and sit in an empty classroom for a couple hours with no instruction and nothing to do, and it feels like not very productive for a lot of students.
Hi, I'm Sadie. So one of the proposed solutions that we are pretty excited about is our district-wide communication hub, which is directly the adults' priorities of communication. It's pretty much just an unofficial kind of guide to how to exactly do high school. Oftentimes, there are many great opportunities that many students don't get the information of or that get unnoticed by schools and students. At our last summit, we had a few students discuss how they didn't know they had access to many AP classes or any other opportunities. And one student also mentioned how this disproportionately affected minority groups. Our student-led guide would have specific advice for classes, sports, social life, as well as links to already established information hubs, such as AIG email list, and acts as streamlined avenue for all students to reference. We have some great ideas that I'd say are pretty great ideas. What we want to accomplish as a team of students collaborating with staff and other educators, but we are still in our brainstorming stages. And so we are pretty excited to see how all these ideas pretty much develop.
Yeah, so thank you for that. We were super excited to have this opportunity to finally start talking about some of the issues and proposed solutions, and I know Cassie and I especially been really working hard to get to this point, so thank you for all your effort in helping us get here so far. We want to thank the board members, Communications Division, Mr. Johnson, and everyone who really helped our summit be a success. And we can't wait to continue collaborating with you and to see the amazing things our group will accomplish this year. We're honored to have this space to be able to work with you. We look forward to coming back next month with more people and more ideas and further collaboration. So thank you.
I was just going to say, this last slide just shows, we had everyone write on a sticky note just what they were excited about. So we just have some of those there. Just some really great positive energy, students feeling just very valued and heard, and like we can really make a difference in our education. So yeah, we just, one of those ideas we talked about was potentially working on a student communication hub, which was what Sadie was talking about. So we have a lot of ideas, and we're just in the early brainstorming stages of that. And the Kickoff Summit was a great way to start that, to start getting our ideas flowing. So we're really excited about this opportunity and what the new year will bring. Yeah.
Minutes?
I really enjoyed watching y'all in action. Appreciate the opportunity to ask you questions. I hope I didn't overdo it. You left off on your issue here. One of the things that I heard across all the high schools are African restrooms, bathrooms, lack of toilet paper, and how bad it. Yeah, he spoke a big factor. Actually, he used to be one of my neighbors. So I want you to know that'll be brought up in the December meeting. So ask the principal for toilet paper. Everybody else can get it. You can get it fixed.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you. I thought the event, went, very seamlessly, and I enjoyed interacting with the different tables, and got lucky number 13, for my person to chat with me. The one thing, when I was listening to when you were talking about your representation, I didn't quite pick up, or maybe I was talking when I shouldn't have been. Do you have on your ambassador team here a good cross-section of students from all of our high schools and all of our middle schools? Is every school represented?
Yes, so we actually, we have all except no one applied from Gregory, so that's the one that we don't, but we are hoping to reach out to them and see if any students want to get involved or at least be in conversations with us. But other than that, we have students from every school represented and all the specialty high schools as well.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Ms. Walker?
I'll keep it brief. I just want to say I got to attend as well, and I just want to pay a very high compliment to you guys, the student leaders here. I thought the energy was really high, and I think that you guys conducted the meeting very well in a very orderly way, and I enjoyed just hanging out with students and hearing what they had to say. So that's what it's all about. So I just wanted to pay a high compliment.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today, and we look forward to the group continuing and also the group expanding. So thank you so much for all your hard work. So, thank you. Have a great afternoon. At this time, I'd like to invite Taylor Henderson, a math teacher who is the New Hanover High School Teacher of the Year, a math teacher in the RISE program. And they will speak on behalf of Teacher Voice. So glad to have you here today. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Taylor Henderson, and I'm a general education math teacher at New Hanover High School, where I'm currently serving as the 2023 NHCS Teacher of the Year. My teaching passions include connecting with students, innovative instruction, and providing all students with experiences and opportunities outside the classroom where they can learn, grow, and make discoveries. I'd like to thank you all for this platform, and also to my colleague Abby Nobles for being a champion for the Teacher Spotlight, and I am honored to have this opportunity to share. I'm a teacher who loves North Carolina, loves Wilmington, and I love teaching at New Hanover High School. There are some incredible things happening at New Hanover, such as our CTE Resource Fair, the Honors Service Learning Wildcat Community Resource Fair, our STAY program. Our Math 1 cohort is working extremely hard to increase our EOC scores. Students love our Fire Tech program. Our parent support has increased astronomically, and they have been supporting our school and teachers so well, and the RISE program. Today I am here to share about how the RISE team and I have been creative problem solvers and how I have utilized my expertise from alternative schools to drive pedagogy and decisions for EC students with intense academic and behavior needs. Slide 2, please. As a Native American girl who grew up in Charlotte, earned my bachelor's and master's at Chapel Hill, and after teaching in multiple school settings from large public high schools, a small private Christian school, and alternative high schools, and teaching the gamut of academic levels from foundations of math to AP chemistry, there is one question that never leaves me. How do we propel our most disenfranchised learners to success, and can we teach them in a way that restores their dignity and enables them to feel like assets to their school, community, and the world? Staff at New Hanover High School were also asking this question due to their previous model, where EC Intense Behavior Support, or IBS students, were not engaged or served well academically. Data shows that the previous IBS model was not serving students well, with only 36% of IBS students passing Math 1 and English 1, and students were spending 153 days of the school year suspended. There was a clear need for change. In the RISE program, on average, 87% of students pass Math 1 and 75% of students pass English 1, and that days suspended number has dropped to 78 days. Next slide, please. RISE stands for Relationships That Inspire Student Empowerment and is an intervention program supporting EC future-ready course of study students with intense behavior and academic needs in a small setting. Slide. Our mission is to empower students to know that they are seen and have advocates that fight for their personal and academic growth. We team teach so that students receive robust cross-curricular education with rigor and high levels of support, and we push into the local community to increase their social skills, enhance student engagement, and provide opportunities for students to see their future selves. We are providing EC students with opportunities that they weren't getting in other settings. We believe that student empowerment comes from fostering relationships, understanding stories, and inspiring hope. Slide. There are currently 50 students in the RISE program at New Hanover High School. The RISE team, which consists of 2 EC teachers, an ECTA, and 2 content area teachers, works together to deliver future-ready course of study math and English curriculum with targeted emotional, social, and academic learning activities embedded that are aimed at developing the skills necessary to build healthy relationships, deal with adversity, and allow for increased focus in academic success. We do so in smaller class sizes that are providing EC services, as well as future-ready course of study, co-taught year-long courses where students receive 2 credits in 1 course. Next slide, please. One of the biggest benefits is that weekly, students in the RISE program have the opportunity to work with community partners where they are truly building relationships that inspire and empower them. For example, our SROs, admin team, school counselors, social workers, the What Clinic, and school-based support all contribute to building positive relationships. We also partner with organizations outside our school, like Channel by Live Oak Bank, the UNCW men's basketball team, our local fire department, the North Carolina Aquarium, Pre-Ed Spoke Rehab, Kids Making It, Cape Fear Museum, and the many other organizations that you see listed here. In RISE, we also use a growth model to structure our curriculum. Students in 9th grade learn school skills and how to be a student. 10th grade students learn career skills and they participate in community resiliency model training through the Resiliency Task Force. In 11th grade, they focus on life skills and preparing to be independent learners and future-oriented students. And in 12th grade, they will mentor younger RISE students and empower them to see their future selves. In order to understand the impact that this program is having on students, we chose to study 2 strands of data. First, we were comparing data such as suspensions, attendance, and graduation rates from IBS students in the previous model to students in RISE. And second, we're looking at where students were before the RISE program versus during RISE in terms of their Math 1 EOC scores, grades, behavior incidents, attendance, and in the future, their graduation rates. Next slide, please. Not only do we look at suspensions, but behavior incidents overall, and we see a 46% decrease in behavior incidents after being in RISE for 1 year, and an additional 37% decrease by the time they're in RISE 10, and an additional 50% decrease in behavior incidents in their 3rd year. Next slide. In the interest of time, I have summarized more of the data here. RISE students on average score 6.4 points higher on their Math 1 EOC than their projected EVOS score, with some students earning 25 to 35 points of growth. That's 87% of our students showing growth on their Math 1 EOC. The RISE program is not perfect. We do see a 37% increase in absences between their 8th and 10th grade years. I'd like to take a moment to point out that the trend that we see is that students attend their RISE classes, but then skip their other classes. And so we're still problem solving how to increase their attendance. Grades are also very individual, and the trend we are seeing is a dip in grades in 9th grade and then an increase in 10th grade. Among all of these measurable data points, there are also the tiny moment-to-moment victories happening. Though not always easy, the relationships I have with my students are fulfilling. Once they see they can trust me and I will advocate for them, sing with them, play my ukulele to help them calm down, let them take a walk to de-escalate. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a bug on my, sorry. Listen to their stories. Sorry about that. They start to show growth socially, emotionally, and academically. Hearing, "I love you, Miss Henderson," makes the hard days easier. Others have started to take notice of the beauty and growth occurring in the RISE program, and not only have we been asked to partner with IBS programs here in our district, but my team and I had the opportunity to present at the National Dropout Prevention Conference 3 weeks ago, as well as the North Carolina DPI 72nd Conference on Exceptional Children 2 weeks ago. As a champion for inclusion and student success, regardless of their background or experience, I wanted to showcase to you how my colleagues and I have worked tirelessly to create a program that is growing students and demonstrating the idea that all learners have the potential to succeed. I'd like to leave you with some quotes from my students in the RISE program. "You feel powerful, like you're wanted or needed or something. That's how the RISE program makes you feel. I haven't gotten in trouble as much because I have settled down. Being in the RISE program, I realize I am becoming a better person and I am successful. Before I was in the RISE program, I would just suffer in silence, but the RISE program has taught me how to speak up." Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, I just want to see if any board, I want to start by saying thank you for being here, first off. Thank you for what you do each and every day. I mean, this is awesome. This is better than good. This is awesome. This is what we need throughout the county. So I do appreciate you. I appreciate you being a leader in your school, in the county. Other board members, Mr. McManus.
What else can the board do to help?
That is a great question. I would love to have the RISE program added as a specialty program that's offered here, especially since, you know, we're talking about it with other school districts and they're kind of inquiring, what is this specialty program that you guys are offering? I would love to have it added as a specialty program since we already have it at New Hanover High School and looking to add it at some other schools as well.
Rayville?
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know that when she was awarded her Teacher of the Year, she wasn't with everybody else, so we had to do it separately. And I got the honor of going to do that and watching her face light up, but watching her students' face light up that their teacher had been selected was really just kind of worth that whole, you know, the whole thing that you do. So thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of all the students that are becoming better people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. At this time, we will continue on with our recognitions and introductions. Mr. Cardella?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Sal Cardella. I am the New Hanover County Schools Chief Communications Officer, and I do have the privilege tonight to announce the recognitions. We're going to start with the Superintendent and Board of Education Artist Awards. So I get the honor of recognizing some of the most talented young artists in our community whose work was selected by our Superintendent and our Board of Education to be displayed here in the Board of Ed Center and in our district office. These artists have not only produced outstanding pieces, but have also embarked on a journey of self-discovery and artistic growth. I've had the opportunity to get an up-close look at these pieces, and these students' skills and artistic voice are honestly awe-inspiring. Whether the artist is a third grade or getting ready to graduate, their dedication to their craft is evident in every stroke of the brush or line drawn and every shade of color chosen. With the encouragement of their dedicated art teachers, they are pushing their boundaries and exploring the depths of their creativity. We hope this is just the beginning of their artistic journey and that they can carry this forward to a future filled with innovation, inspiration, and the creation of more masterpieces like these. We are going to welcome these students to take a photo with the individual who selected their work. First, the students whose work was selected by Dr. Faust. Raja Brown of Castle Haynes Elementary with art teacher Margaret Cleary.
Well, you can show all of us too. So yeah, we can remember.
Radaj Brown, everybody. Bella DeMello of Bellany Elementary with art teacher Kemi Bayless.
Mr. Cardella? Oh, he did.
Come get your picture taken.
Madeline Hester of Murray Middle School with art teacher Lori Patterson. Bianna Rivera of Hoggard High School with art teacher Ann Sinclair. All right, now the students whose work was selected by board members. Zion Black of Wrightsboro Elementary with art teacher Stephanie Mueller. Zion's work was selected by board member Josie Barnhart. Jasmine Hicks of Laney High School with art teacher Kendall Owings. Jasmine's work was selected by board member Stephanie Walker. Tucker Ray of Roland Grice Middle School with art teacher Jennifer Capps. Tucker's work was selected by board member Pat Bradford. Amaya Stallings of Rachel Freeman School of Engineering with art teacher Marcia Revels. Amaya's work was selected by board member Stephanie Craybill. Jude Watkins of Murray Middle School with art teacher Lori Patterson. Jude's work was selected by board member Melissa Mason. Isabella Wurzila of Roland Grice Middle School with art teacher Jennifer Capps. Isabella's work was selected by board member Hugh McManus. Riley Wood of Ashley High School with art teacher Shannon Kerrigan. Riley's work was selected by board chair Pete Wildeboer. Congratulations again to all, and thank you for sharing your talent and vision with us. Next recognition is Gregory Williston Cross Country Team. They here? Anne Marie Pierce. Okay, Anne Marie Pierce tells students that she coaches on the Williston Gregory Cross Country Team that is about more than just running, and she means it. She started the program at the school when she began teaching there in 2017, and cross country wasn't a middle school sport. Since then, she has coached them to everything from 5Ks to countrywide championships. But what she celebrates most is their leadership, confidence, and willingness to uplift and support each other. Recently, the girls' Williston Gregory team finished out their season with their second consecutive countywide championship and an undefeated record for this year. An accomplished runner herself, earlier this year, Anne-Marie qualified for the 2024 U.S. Olympic Trials in the marathon event. But she teaches her students that it's not always the fastest teammates that make the huge difference. These accomplished young runners are learning the importance of pushing through fatigue and adversity when the going gets tough. They are showing us that victory often goes to those who persevere. We hope these lessons of endurance and consistency will serve as a foundation for their future endeavors, reminding them that determination, they can conquer any challenge. Congratulations to Coach Pierce and the Williston Gregory Champion Cross Country Team. Undefeated. Middle School Honors Chorus. Our next recognition recipients just returned from a weekend in Winston-Salem performing with the statewide Middle School Honors Chorus. Just 175 students from the entire state of North Carolina are selected for this prestigious chorus, and our district had 4 students participate. Elijah Greason and Colton Leake of Myrtle Grove Middle School, and Ruth Adams and Trayvon Spicer of Holly Shelter Middle School. These talented young singers worked with the nationally acclaimed conductor and performed at the statewide convention of music teachers. So you know that was a tough crowd. But as with any performance, the real work was in the preparation. The voice is an instrument, and though some of us are blessed while others, like me, have a version with a few strings missing. It takes incredible focus, patience, and dedication to hone that instrument. We know how hard these students worked and how many times they must have practiced that same audition song until they met their own high standards. We are proud that these students' talents have transcended local boundaries and gained statewide recognition. But we are prouder still of the passion and dedication they've shown in their pursuit. Congratulations to our Middle School Honors Chorus representatives. Okay. Hopefully I get this name right. Karen Viola and Marcy McInish. I hope I said that right. Finance Division. Okay, so next I'd like to welcome Karen Viola and March McInish, or it says Marcy McInish, of the Finance Division to receive recognition for their Certificate of Achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association. Are they here today? Come on up. Come on up. Who's Marcy? How do you say that? McInish. Okay, McInish is probably the only time I'm going to say it right. This is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting. It's been brought to my attention that our finance division wins this award pretty much every year. But that doesn't diminish its importance. It actually just reinforces what we know about our finance leaders and staff. They operate with a spirit of disclosure, clearly communicating the district's financial story in a way that stakeholders can understand. They demonstrate remarkable proficiency in handling taxpayers' dollars and being good stewards of our community resources. And their meticulous attention to detail and transparency sets a high standard for accountability and integrity that ripples out to every division and school in our district. This award not only acknowledges Karen and Marcy's outstanding accomplishments, but also serves as an inspiration to all public sector finance professions to continue striving for excellence in their vital role of safeguarding and wisely managing our public finances. Congratulations to you both. Sorry about the name. Maureen Hill. Come on up here, Maureen. I had the privilege of being there when the State Department of Public Instruction recently surprised literacy specialist Maureen Hill, along with Dr. Faust and Dr. Faison, with the state's first Champion of Change Award. New Hanover County Schools received this award for our extraordinary and comprehensive efforts to improve student literacy. As our 5K literacy curriculum specialist, Maureen received special recognition for leading the implementation of a new curriculum and science-based teaching method. In her remarks at the event, Maureen was quick to give all the credit to the classroom teachers doing the everyday work, which is a testament to the kind of leader she is. But she also spoke passionately about her belief that literacy is not only just an educational tool, but a fundamental human right. When you are literate, she said, you are empowered to navigate the world with knowledge and confidence. Maureen's vision and commitment have helped improve literacy instruction in the district and raise test scores. But perhaps more importantly, she is playing the long game. Through the many ways that Maureen fosters a love of reading in our district, ensures that teachers and students have quality literacy resources, and advocates for those who need it. She makes sure that students are going out into the world empowered to do and be whatever they chose. Her work is a testament to the belief that every student, regardless of their background, deserves the opportunity to unlock their full potential through the gift of literacy. Congratulations, Maureen.
Good evening, good evening. As always, we would love to appreciate and welcome every single new employee, but we would like to showcase for you our new administrators for the month, and we have several, three of the first of which are internal candidates moving up, and the other three are coming over from other counties. So to start off with, let's introduce Jana Lennon. Jana, if you can come up, please. Now, you may know Jana as the director of our College Road Early Childhood Center, but now she is now the principal at Mary C. Williams. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I have served my whole career with New Hanover County Schools since 1994, and I just appreciate this next step in my educational journey. Thank you.
She was 11 in 1994, but okay. All right. Next up, taking her place as the director of College Early Road Childhood Center is Michelle Manis. Michelle, can you come on up? Michelle most recently was the assistant principal at Coddington Elementary School, and she was gracious enough to shift over for us. So, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm blessed to be back at where I was hired not too many years ago by Dr. Holland as my first job in New Hanover County Schools. And I hope to see all of you where our beginnings of learning start. All our littlest learners are ready to go. Please stop by.
Next up is someone you know well already. Our new Director of Communication Outreach is Christina Beam, who's worked in communication in other school districts and most recently has been here with us. So Christina, where'd you go?
Hi, thank you. I have spent my whole career communicating about public education. I feel really passionately about it. But I wanted to take a moment just to give a shout out to my team, whom all of you know very well, but we are all really committed to success in New Hanover County Schools. We have kids in these schools, we have spouses who teach in these schools, we have alumni from these schools on our team, and it's really neat tonight to follow the student voice and staff voice and recognitions, because that's what it's all about. And we really strive to be partners with our staff, students, and community, and to help share the good things happening in our schools. So we're excited to move forward. Thank you.
Next up on the docket, Mr. Mortensen, are you here? Jeremy, there you are. I didn't have a chance to see you earlier. Mr. Mortensen is a new assistant principal for us. He has most recently been in Leland, but has also been in California, Canada, and Australia. So welcome, we're glad to have you.
Good evening, distinguished board members. I just want to, first of all, thank you and the district for allowing me this opportunity to serve New Hanover County Schools, and more specifically our students, as an assistant principal. Not only am I an educator, but I'm also the father of a son who graduated from Ashley High School in 2021. And I really take pride in this community, and I look forward to serving it. So thank you.
Next up is not an old face, a face we have seen before. Sorry. Erin Rady started her work as an elementary teacher at Forest Hills. Most recently has been an assistant principal at Topsail High School, is now joining us at Masonboro. So Erin Rady.
Good evening, members of the board. Just want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to come back home. I'm a mom of 2 kids who attend Masonboro and a mom of a 5-month-old who hopefully will attend as well. So thank you so much. I'm excited to get started.
And last but not least is the newest assistant principal at Williston Middle School, Mr. Jeffrey Swanson. Jeff, you come on down. Mr. Swanson has taught history and psychology in Alamance, Brunswick, and Craven County, and most recently has been a principal and assistant principal in Pender County. So glad to have you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I see a lot of familiar faces, which is always good, and I'm really excited and thrilled to be a part of the solutions that we're going to find at Williston. Working with Miss McDonald, I've been with her for 3 days, and the love that they've showed me already has been outstanding. So I'm excited to continue the work.
Welcome. All right, it'll be a double dose of me tonight. Gentlemen, if you'd like to join me back down here again. We talked about some amazing students earlier, but we would be remiss not to talk about some amazing staff members. If you didn't know, about 50% of our population of employees are classified folks who work every day to ensure that our instructional program and the continuity of our daily operations happens throughout the division. We really want to recognize 2 employees for their outstanding service to the school system. First off, if Miss Pamela Bosmer, oh, I almost had it. Borsma, where are you? Come on down. Bring your principal with you. Come on. And Pam is the treasurer at Trask Middle School, and this is what they have said about you. She is truly irreplaceable. Since she started, she's been one of the biggest impacts on consistency, collaboration, and teamwork in our district. She is part of our office staff and does anything to ensure the school's operations are stable and ensures students and staff are set up for success. She spends a lot of time helping staff with leave, money, other personal matters, and handles this with respect, confidentiality, and fairness. She never hesitates to step in and help out, and she's also the notary at the school, attends sporting events, supports technology needs, and is a backup nurse, and is so much more. And any who works in a school front office knows that you wear a whole lot of hats every day. In addition to her impact at the school level, she is one of the go-to treasurers in the district. She's currently a mentor for many new treasurers, and Pamela also continues to connect with her for collaboration. The work she does on a daily basis sets the stage for student success and she is here every day with a smile on her face. So thank you very much.
Wait, we can hear you.
All right, last but not least, I'd also like to call up Mr. Graham Radford and his principal from Anderson Elementary. Mr. Radford is the type of figure that every child needs in their lives. He consistently goes above and beyond what could have been expected for any teacher assistant. The relationships he builds are long-lasting, and the same students who look to him for help tying shoes in kindergarten now share their concerns about moving to middle school next year. In a world where so many things are constantly changing and unknown for some of our students, Mr. Radford is a constant, reliable source of peace. Our school is a better place because of him. He builds strong relationships. He's a leader in the classroom and jumps into every situation with a positive attitude. From leading small groups of students to working one-on-one with a student with significant challenges, Mr. Radford does it with grace, ease, and skill. He's an incredible asset to New Hanover County Schools. His impact will be felt for years to come. And in closing, what some of you may not know is we get nominations throughout the quarter for employees that we want to recognize. So we had so many this quarter that we will be sending out the recommendations, the nominations, and the things that were said to all the employees that received a nomination, because we can only recognize a couple, but there have been tons and tons that have come in. So thank you, everyone, for the work that you do.
Next, we'll have the superintendent.
Leadership Wilmington class of 2024 Education Day presentation was a couple weeks ago, and I had the privilege of speaking with the Leadership Wilmington class of 2024 about our strategic plan, goals, challenges, and opportunities. We shared a short presentation of an engaging dialogue with those leaders. They also had an opportunity to visit our schools, which was amazing. The other part is you were able to witness Maureen, and that was where we received the Champion for Change Award, and this was the first in the state in our district received the highest award. And so we were most impressed with the literacy work that we're doing here in our district. If you've noticed anything on our website, you'll notice that Hoggard was named ESPN Honor Roll High School for Special Olympics. Hoggard has been named the ESPN Honor Roll High School for the Southeast region of the United States for its work as a Special Olympic Unified Champion School. The school's work on inclusion and collaboration among students with and without disabilities has made Hoggard a place where every student can experience the joy of participation and teamwork. The school's work on inclusion and collaboration among students with and without disabilities has made Hoggard a place where, I just said that again, anchoring talent. This is unique. I had the opportunity to go to Lumina Station, and I think that was last week, and we were there for a panel, and that was probably one of the biggest highlights that we got to do, and that was where we were sitting there with other individuals throughout the community who are hiring managers. And so the panel featured industry leaders from healthcare, technology, manufacturing, talent pipeline collaboratives, along with educational leaders, of course, from K-12 Community College and the university. We shared experiences, strategies, and best practices for attracting, retaining, and developing top talent in our community during the Wilmington Chamber's hosted event. And so the Chamber hosted the event, and we got to share, and they were there asking questions. So it was a phenomenal event, and we look forward to other things come out there. And we were able to make connections with some of our students, and they're actually asking for interns. So that's a positive note there. The electric bus rollout was unique. So if you, again, got to see anything, you follow us on social media, you got to see an electric bus. Yes, it's no diesel fuel, it's electric. Yeah, woogie, woogie, woogie. New Hanover County, we unveiled the all-electric bus. Now, this bus was funded through the Volkswagen mitigation plan, and it was part of a phase one of the plan for school bus replacement. And of course, I asked for more, but I guess we'll have to wait for more grants to come through. So it did not affect anything in our budget. The bus is scheduled to be in use next month, but does not have a specific route. It will be used throughout the county to determine where it can be used efficiently. If a bus was to be purchased without the use of grants, this cost would be near $450,000. While the electric bus won't be in use until December, drivers will get the chance to test it out and provide valuable feedback. The New Hanover County School Board stands to benefit from parts of the 23 state budget. At New Hanover County Schools, $210,000 for high-impact tutoring at low-performing schools, $3 million for an artificial intelligence pilot program aimed at implementing a school safety system with AI technology. The budget also included advanced teaching roles program. So we were very successful in this state's budget rollout, and we look forward for more to come. Thank you so much. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Faust.
And it was Lumina Hotel. The Lumina Hotel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening to all. First, as we enter November, I would like to send a final huge thank you for all you do each and every day to our principals. We have a wonderful, hard-working group of leaders in our principals, and it's often a thankless job, but our schools would not function without these heroes. So thank you to all our principals again. I was privileged to see many of our schools in action this month, and one school I stopped by was Blair Elementary School. It was there that our system received high accolades for our academic achievements from the North Carolina Department of Instruction. We heard just a moment ago about Ms. Hill, Champion of Change. Congratulations going out to Ms. Hill, Dr. Faust, Dr. Faison, Dr. DeWalt, the whole curriculum department, as well as each and every teacher, principal, faculty member, and student. A huge honor for you all. I attended the CTE Advisory Council meeting at Ashley High School and was blown away by the outpouring of support from our business community for our schools. I look forward to our future in this area. We were also given the opportunity to tour Winter Park Elementary and Hoggard High School, where we shared a roundtable discussion with a group of smart, hardworking, and wonderful students. I want to take a moment to thank everyone involved in giving us this opportunity. I want to thank everyone who participated in our most recent town hall. The focus was supporting our schools, and we sure did hear a lot of ways that we can improve. We are currently scheduling a meeting to take a deep dive look into the feedback from both of our town hall meetings. I was also joined by 2 other Board of Education members and our attorneys at the NCSBA Law Conference. There was much to learn, and I will share that on several topics we had thoroughly been educated before, but there was a lot to learn. It was encouraging throughout the time. It was also very good to be able to network with other board members from around the state. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our veterans and active service members. If you are a veteran or in active service, please stand at this point to be recognized. Do we have any with us? If you would, please remain standing. And also, if you are a family member or a relative of a veteran or active service man or woman, please join them. Please. Thank you. It is a family affair, and I really do appreciate everyone that puts their heart on the line each and every day. I'd like to take just a moment to thank one other very important group, which is our first responders and law enforcement, who also daily, like our members of the armed services, put their lives on the line to protect us. So let's give them a round of applause, too, if we could, please. I attended many of the graduations in the past few years, and future members of the armed forces are always recognized for their service and for their courage. We may have graduates from New Hanover County Schools, in harm's way right now in the Middle East or near the Ukraine. So please pray for their safety and for the peace of Israel and Ukraine. Last, for those of you who live in the area that has voting ending tomorrow, I would encourage you to get out and to vote. It is a wonderful right that we have. Thank you. At this time, we will begin with our call to audience.
Good evening. We have the regular signups. We have 2 people that came in, 3 people that came in that signed up at the door. It's late night tonight. Most of you know the drill. Your names are on the board. You don't have to wait for me. We're going to start with Ms. Stackhouse, and we appreciate your comments.
Good evening. Policy 4341 states, school employees are expected as part of their school's student behavior management plan to identify strategies that involve parents. At a minimum, the plan must provide for inviting parents to conferences whenever there is a serious violation that may result in removing the student from his or her regular educational environment for any extended period of time. Does this not apply to the right of a parent to participate in the discussion with the principal before a determination is made to give an out-of-school suspension to a 5, 6, or 7-year-old child? Why is this not included in Policy 4351? If the parent is permitted to participate, the discussion could be on the phone, over Zoom, or in person. Most importantly, the principal still has the final say. Kids belong in school, where they can learn and strive. In school is where they learn to read. The public has a right to know what progress is being made with the strategic plan to operate safe and supportive learning environments. A report from Ms. Varnum is long overdue. Please stop fighting among yourselves and concentrate on the non-partisan needs of the students, teachers, staff, facilities, and environment. Thank you.
Leslie Posey.
Good evening. Do you know what a puppet is? A puppet can be a toy that a child can control with strings. A puppet is also a person who is controlled by the leader or puppet master. Puppets controlled by the puppet master do not think for themselves. They do what they're told. This might include writing policies simply to remove words like equity, diversity, and inclusion. These are bad words because they show that all students must receive the individualized education they are entitled to, and that costs the puppet master money. Puppets spend hours discussing if a single book should be removed from a single classroom. Puppets ignore laws such as Title IX that are intended to create equity and protect children. They ignore Supreme Court decisions that require separation of church and state in government bodies. They ignore programs created to give teachers better tools to work with their students. They make plans to eliminate books and curriculum because the puppet master says it is harmful for children to be exposed to a wide range of ideas. Your job as members of the Board of Education is to be sure that our children have a complete, well-rounded education that will prepare them for life in the real world. Limiting the ideas they are exposed to will leave them totally unprepared to do anything other than what they are told. They will not be able to think for themselves. But maybe that's what the puppet master wants.
Karen O'Keefe.
I've been listening to Love Our Children's request to revise the short-term suspension policy 4351 for the past few months. They want the policy to give 5, 6, and 7-year-old children the right to have a parent participate in the discussion with the principal before a determination is made to give them an out-of-school suspension. Seems like a very reasonable request. So what's the problem? They're only talking about 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Little kids make mistakes, or they act out impulsively from stress, trauma, not enough sleep or food, or they don't have the words to express themselves. There must be an adult they can work with in a different space to continue their learning in school. Parent involvement is a good thing, right? So what's wrong with a parent being able to talk to a principal about the child's behavior before there is a punishment? And the final decision still belongs to the principal. No one is suggesting taking that away from them. Your inaction on this policy speaks volumes. You don't seem to be supporting young kids' learning. You don't seem to be supporting building relationships with parents of these vulnerable kids. And you are overprotective of a system that disproportionately punishes Black special education children.
Thank you, you're out of time.
It's shameful.
Oh, no,
Keep
you're
our
not.
kids in school. Revise policy 4351.
Hands up.
Owen Alford. I can't see the board. Is it me? My glasses
Good
going?
evening, esteemed Board of Education members in New Hanover County Schools. I'm Owen Alford, a junior at New Hanover High School, and I'm a School Meals for All North Carolina ambassador. As a School Meals for All ambassador, we believe that no child should go hungry in North Carolina and that every child in every public school in North Carolina should have access to breakfast and lunch at school at no cost to their families. No-cost school meals are an investment in academic performance, and school meals are an investment in our economy. We are excited about our upcoming School Meals for All Action Weekend on December 1st through 2nd here in New Hanover County. On Friday, December 1st, we are hosting a School Meals for All Paint and Act at 5 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Resort on Lumina Drive. Each of you are cordially invited as a VIP guest. Also, please support us on Saturday, December 2nd for our 5K run at the Wrightsville Beach Park. The race starts at 9 a.m. Thank you for this opportunity to share, and we are looking forward to your support with the School Meals for All NC ambassadors. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly McGuffey Murphy.
Good evening. Our educational system consists of students from various walks of life. They consist of general education students, exceptional children, academically and intellectually gifted students, and multilanguage learners. Tonight, I would like to invoke your attention to our special population students. Special population students are identified as students who require specialized consideration in their educational plan to be academically successful. All students are considered general education students and provided with core instruction. Although many students are successful with this approach, there is a small percentage of students who require specialized support and instruction beyond core instruction. There is a disparity of support for our special population students. Non-English speaking students are expected to academically perform as their English speaking peers, although they receive inadequate support. Exceptional children have accommodations written in their IEPs, but oftentimes are poorly implemented due to lack of personnel. Lastly, our AIG students are often stereotyped as not needing support because they are intelligent or academically gifted, thus receiving minimal support to help challenge their intelligence and giftedness. I admonish the county to consider and focus on the need for additional resources for our special population students and reflect on these questions. What can we do as a county to increase services in these areas? How can we better allocate funds to support specialized programs for our special population students? And how special population students are prioritized in the order of importance to the board. I am Dr. Kimberly McDuffie Murphy. I am an educator for education.
Thank you. George Velasquez.
As an education chair for the NAACP, I have stood before this board on numerous occasions over the past 10 years with the hope that as reasonable and educated members of our community, you would agree with the overwhelming educational research with regard to suspensions. To put it simply, they just don't work. They don't help our students change their behaviors, and they don't improve school climate. When a student is suspended, not only does he or she lose valuable educational time, they become more alienated from school. Suspensions don't solve the issues that led to the problematic behaviors, and in many cases, they exacerbate them. We saw a glimmer of hope when, at the urging of Love Our Children, the school board changed its policy for very young children. However, based on the most recent data that I've seen, it appears the policy change hasn't always reached down to the school level. The NAACP raises its objection to unjustified use of suspension for any and all children. But we also note that the New Hanover County schools have a long history of suspending black students at a much higher rate than white students. The county schools are under federal sanctions because of this. Our experience in the last few months with cases our parent advocates have worked on is that resorting to suspension to deal with inappropriate behavior is on the rise again, in particular, again, with regard to black students. This, combined with the banning of the book Stamped and the apparent move to eliminate the goal of equity in board policy, seem to indicate that our school system is becoming less and less welcoming to students of color. The NAACP pledges to continue the fight for equity in our schools by all means available to us.
Thank you. Christina Mercier.
I'm here tonight to ask you to prepare for the future. Not long ago, you all heard a presentation that said New Hanover County Schools will need multiple new schools in order to keep pace with the growing population in the county. I understand there are multiple moving parts with funding new schools, and you alone are not in charge. But you, as the representatives of the school system, have control, and what you do now will impact schools in the county whether you're still on the board in 5 years or not. Since you've taken office, a number of you have pushed individual pet projects and beliefs that have angered or alienated a lot of residents. Yet you, along with the county commissioners, will soon be asking these people to willingly pay more in taxes to fund more schools. If people don't like your actions, it will be hard to convince them to invest their money. I'm calling on you to start tonight in reframing how you speak about the schools and teachers, especially when addressing the public. Essentially, you all need to be the biggest cheerleaders for our schools. Teaching has never been an easy job, and it's only gotten more difficult post-lockdown. It's not time for a witch hunt over minutia. It's time for compassion and realism. For example, it's often published that the average class size is 23, or around there. I don't know one middle or high school class that's that small. It's details like this you need to address. No one wants their child or grandchild in an overcrowded class. Again, you must be a cheerleader. You must be a positive advocate for change. Let the public know what's working in our schools and what needs to happen to keep the schools safe for everyone. New Hanover County is rapidly growing. We need more schools now and not in 10 or 15 years, and we need to build these schools before the county runs out of usable land, which is a real possibility. We need the public to understand the importance of funding public education in school buildings, and we need them to trust you all as elected officials who are part of that process. What you do or don't do now will have an impact forever. Please act to secure New Hanover County Schools' future.
Thank you. Mr. Bellamy.
How y'all doing today? I'm here in support of Love Our Children. Why is the school system so hard on kids? What I'm about to read is not a poem, really, but it's about true facts. Why is the school system so hard on kids? Kids always do something stupid, and they are always sorry for what they did. You guys should know, you were kids. Kids do stupid things. Kids are very emotional. Some kids have ADHD. Some kids have other hidden problems. Some kids are lonely, so suspending them without their mom or dad present do not solve them and can cause other problems. Because when the kid is afraid, they need some type of special aid. So if this system pay more attention to that one kid, millions and millions of kids in this system they could save. I am here in support of policy 4351, and I think you guys can turn this around. Thank you very much.
Jeanette Koshar.
You skip Christina Mason?
She's not coming. Jeanette Koshar.
Good evening. I'm a retired researcher and university professor. We researchers have a saying, in God we trust, everybody else must bring data. I have been attending school board meetings for a year now and have seen no evidence that you are following school board policies to only suspend students who violate policies 4325, 4331, and 4333. In the 2022-2023 school year, only 13 of the 71 out-of-school suspensions for kindergartners to second graders fell under these policies. Therefore, the latest data indicate 58 students, that's 82%, were suspended instead for inappropriate or aggressive behavior that are best handled by school-based behavioral professionals whose jobs are to provide services to strengthen and facilitate the educational process by identifying and removing barriers to learning while promoting student success. I am unable to find anywhere on the New Hanover County Schools website that was labeled inappropriate behavior is best handled by suspending these young children. To date, you have not produced evidence to the contrary. So I ask, is there no one who holds you accountable for following your own policies? In the school board's policy gold, you are mandated to acquire reliable information that will enable you to make the best possible decisions about educational programs. Love Our Children has been advocating to change short-term suspension policy 4351 for a long time. Do you wonder why you have never heard a single speaker demand that a young child not be allowed to have a parent talk to a principal before their child is suspended? I'm curious, why is that?
Crawford.
Good evening. My name is Crawford Anderson. I'm a junior at Hoggard High School. In 2000, Malcolm Gladwell wrote The Tipping Point to explore ideas that small actions can have significant consequences. This is an evidence at my school, Hoggard, as activities of unfocused students lead to the degradation of our school, bathrooms, and other essential facilities. The tolerance of inappropriate wall drawings and vaping without consequences has created an environment where such behaviors become commonplace. Stealing a paper towel dispenser to clog a toilet and shutting down an entire bathroom serves as an indication of deeper underlying issues that demand attention. The repercussions of these disruptive behaviors go beyond their surface actions. If left unattended, these incidents can escalate, leading to more severe occurrences like conflicts or threats against the school. For students like myself, the constant need to navigate these disturbances impedes personal growth and academic focus. We must proactively address these minor infractions by sending students who break the rules to in-school suspension and making ISS a punishment and not a place to hang out on phones or take naps, which it is currently. Students should be incentivized not to graffiti on the stalls, curse at teachers, or vape on school grounds because of the possibility of severe consequences. Addressing petty incidents like these and fostering a safer and more conducive environment for learning and personal development is essential. I urge the board to take these matters seriously and take decisive policy action. On another note, it was great to see the school board and the superintendent at Hanover the other day viewing the classrooms, especially my AP Lane classroom. It was great to see you guys. And I'm happy to see that you guys are taking a personal interest at the school and seeing what it's like on the ground. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Ogundelli. I'm with Love Our Children organization. November 10th marks the 125th observance of the Wilmington Massacre in 1898, a day where more than 2,000 heavily armed white supremacists killed untold hundreds of black citizens and overthrew the government. Tragically, the stain of the 1898 massacre continues to this day. There are 12 failing schools in New Hanover County, and almost all of them are majority black student populations. The school district has been sanctioned by the Federal Individuals with Disability Act for the past 6 years for significantly disproportionately out-of-school suspension for black special education students at 4.5 times the rate of their peers. In September, a book about history of racism was banned by 4 to 3 votes of the school board. This past year, 63% of out-of-school suspension for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds were black students, even though they represent 16% of student population. 125 years have passed, and we can't get the majority of school board to consider revising short-term suspension policy 4351 to give 5, 6, and 7-year-old children the right to have a parent participate in the discussion with the principal before determination is made to kick the child out of school. A child that most likely is black. 4 of you continue to stay in our community. Shame on you. Thank you.
Lainey Cooper. Lainey Cooper. All right. Why is it so light?
Good evening. My name is Malani Cooper, and I'm here to advocate for Love Our Children. Believe it or not, I was a child not so long ago. I did not grow up in New Hanover County, thank God. I did grow up in New York City, where when you think about education, it's really issues nationally, but since I'm living in this area, I have to speak towards the area in which I live in. I will say that in school, I was suspended a couple of times in school. And for me, it made me the person that I am. It made me very outspoken. It made me want to be who I am today. Although I don't have any children, I speak on behalf of children, because more than anything, what hurts me is to see board members who sit on a board who were elected here to help children, and they don't do anything to help children. They do the very opposite. They allow for these suspensions to go on, knowing month after month, predominantly that the children who are suspended in these schools are Black, who look just like me. My hope is for all of them to grow up and to speak out against racism, to be bold enough to confront it, to stand face to face and look it in the eye and say that this is wrong. And supporting this policy, it doesn't make any sense. And not only are you harming Black children, you're harming some of your own too. Because if you don't have any truth in you, you don't have any love in you, and what are you really representative of? So I just say to the New Hanover County Board of Education to do the right thing. If you have any morals, make some choices that are going to lift this burden of unjust from all of our children. That's it.
Thank you. All right, Peter Radowich. Peter?
Young students who are suspended are as much as 10 times more likely to drop out of high school, experience academic failure, and face incarceration than those who are not. That research was cited 7 years ago by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office on Early Childhood Development. One of the researchers noted that suspension is at odds with teaching the social and behavioral skills that many young children lack. He said, quote, "We would never send a child home because that child was struggling at reading. We would never send a child home if that child was struggling with math. Why would we send a child home for struggling with social emotional skills?" That was 7 years ago. And yet New Hanover County continues to kick 5-, 6-, and 7-year-olds out of school. Short-term suspension policy 4351 currently says that a student does not have the right to have a parent or other representative present at the informal pre-suspension hearing. Knowing the harm that suspensions can cause our youngest learners, Love Our Children is asking that 5-, 6-, and 7-year-old children have the right to have a parent or other representative participate in the discussion with the principal before a determination is made to suspend a child. Revised Policy 4351. Let the parents ask the principal, why would we send a child home for struggling with social emotional skills? Why indeed? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Gail Majors here? I don't see her. Is Gail Majors here? Valerie Noel.
She's not coming tonight.
Veronica McLaurin Brown.
Policy 1010, Board Authorities and Duties, states that one of your significant duties is to provide every student with the opportunity to receive a sound, basic education. The foundation of that education starts in our preschools and elementary schools. Your strategic plan states that you want to increase the number of pre-K students meeting or exceeding age expectations and to increase the percentage of students reading at or above grade level in third grade. Kicking our youngest learners out of school does nothing to fulfill your duties or your strategic plan. Love Our Children is again asking that you revisit short-term suspension policy 4351 and give 5-, 6-, and 7-year-old children the right to have a parent participate in the discussion with the principal before a determination is made to kick the kid out of school. If a parent chooses to talk with the principal, they can review the positive behavior support alternatives that have been used with the child, which will help ensure that out-of-school suspension is only used as a last resort. Change the policy.
Make a decision that supports parent involvement, logic, and the belief that every student deserves the opportunity to receive a sound basic education. Do your job. Do what's best for our parents and our youngest learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy Justice.
I'm Judy Justice, by the way. At the most recent meeting of the newly formed Turnaround Task Force, 11 teachers spoke on the problems they face. As a result, board member Stephanie Walker stated, "We've got work to do, and I think that supporting our staff is the most important thing that we do." Most people would agree with her, but the problem is that the New Hanover County School Board is not supporting them. In October of 2021, the staff was starting to leave in record numbers, and there was a general morale problem. I was on the school board at the time and called for a climate and cultural task force to get to the bottom of the problem. Most of the other board members resisted the idea, but we did agree to do a climate survey. When we finally gave one in December, 80% of the certified staff responded. Only 28% of that staff said they felt valued. The biggest complaints were overwork, lack of planning time, too many meetings and training, not enough pay, not enough subs, not enough support for students' emotional challenges, and having the superintendent repeatedly blame teachers for student failures. I could not get the other board members to agree to a task force until May. Then that task force only met twice because Dr. Burns, who was placed in charge by Dr. False, let it fall by the wayside. In November 2022, new board members were elected, but our staff is still leaving in record numbers. In October of 2020, right after the superintendent started, only 26 staff members left. By September of 2022, 84 left that month. In June of 2023, 87 left. This is under your watch. We have the resources in this county because of the money from the hospital sale and the wealth of New Hanover County to pay our staff decent and improved working conditions. Yet you do not fight for that money. You extended the contract of a superintendent who has been a major factor into low morale and horrible working conditions. Hold him accountable for his actions. Hold yourself accountable for your actions. If you want our students to succeed, start supporting our staff.
Thank you, Karen Clark.
Our nation was founded on a biblical worldview. Truth is non-negotiable. Jesus says you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. I am the way, the truth, and the life. My word is truth. I am the living word. Truth is found in here. Remain in me, and I will remain in you. For a branch cannot produce fruit if it is severed from the vine, and you cannot be fruitful unless you remain in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. Those who remain in me will produce much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Let my love nourish your heart. If you keep my commands, you will live in my love. Love each other deeply. I pray for each of you in this room, truth's shining light guides you in your choices and decisions. The revelation of the word makes your pathway clear, and you are empowered to live every moment in the light of God's ways. Then you will be standing firm like a flourishing tree planted by God's design, deeply rooted by the brooks of bliss, bearing fruit in every season of your life, never dry, never fainting, ever blessed, ever prosperous. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Nan Kavanaugh.
Our nation was founded by deists, religious freedom, and the separation of church and state. Just want to open with that. Thank you for taking the time to do what you do every day. Civil servants are vital to a healthy democracy. Politicians are another story. As I mentioned in my recent email, a single book removal cost Harris County, Texas, $30,000, one book, 220 personnel hours. I recently submitted a public records request to find out how much employee time and money has been spent on the removal of Stamped. It's an important question. To the Republicans on the board, true Republicans are fiscal conservatives. Why are you prepared to dump tax dollars into funding the implementation of these policies with no end in sight? I encourage you not to move forward with any policy in regard to book bans, curriculum review, or policy 7205 until you've done this research on what the process has cost the school district in tax dollars up until now, and how you plan to navigate the financial burden once you move forward. The language is so vague in policy 7205. There are so many ways that can be interpreted. For example, at Roland Grice Middle School, they have Mile Mondays. My daughter goes there. Boys are expected to run a mile in under 8 minutes, while girls are expected to run a mile in 10. This seems to be in direct violation of policy 7205, Z, number 1, number 3, number 6, and number 10. Holding boys to a higher standard makes it harder for them to succeed. It implies girls are inherently slower due to some sort of physical characteristics, that they are somehow less than boys. Boys and girls are physically different. Yep, it's a hard truth, and that's okay. It's okay for our children to learn and engage with hard truths. Racism and sexism and how it has shaped America's past and present is a hard truth. I should know, as I am the descendant of colonists here in North Carolina and brutal slavers in Georgia. I don't appreciate Mrs. Gates' attempt to censor my history as an American. I am not raising white snowflakes. My girls are tough, and I want them to learn the impact of white supremacy and the hard truth of history so they can do better. If policy 7205 passes, like Mrs. Gates, I will make it my personal mission to find creative ways to keep your employees swamped and blow all kinds of tax dollars.
Katie Gates.
Good evening. Number 2 in the board's strategic plan priorities for 2023 is student safety and wellness, and I'm concerned for the safety of our students in the context of current events. I ask you to take seriously the threat of Marxist ideas, reading materials, structures, and paradigms New Hanover County schools may be adopting that promote anti-American, anti-family, anti-God, anti-capitalistic ideas. These concepts breed division, oppression, hatred, and disrespect. Since humanistic and relativistic worldviews have replaced morality, virtue, and the Judeo-Christian perspective, our country has faltered. And as shared in CTA, many students are more depressed, less disciplined, and less motivated. They seek identity in the wrong places. It seems schools spend more time and money managing emotional and diversity culture than teaching academics the value of hard work, overcoming and embracing our God-given liberties. The enemy is within. Kids are being raised on anti-racist concepts, promoting division and animosity against anyone who doesn't adopt their viewpoint. With 75 copies of Ibram X. Kendi's books in New Hanover County Schools libraries, many students have been exposed to propaganda and divisive inflammatory rhetoric. Your staff embraced the ALA recommendations, the American Library Association. Emily Drabinsky, the president of the ALA, is a self-proclaimed Marxist lesbian who believes libraries should inform about and promote activism. And you wonder why parents aren't satisfied with just letting teachers and librarians do their job. When students read books like Stamped that promote communist figures, BLM, and activism, it wouldn't be surprising to see protests and hateful rhetoric arise in our schools, as it has around the world and on college campuses. BLM and many college students have embraced Hamas in Palestine, whose mandates seek to eliminate Israel and the United States through violence. Are we prepared for the possibility of civil discord in our own schools? Thank you.
That concludes our call to audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. What number do you think if I'm correct?
Yes.
We have 6:45 o'clock here, so we'll be back on the dial by 6:45.
We're going to have to get more alternates.
right. 1, 2, 3. All right, board members, if you would make your way back, please. It is 45. We'll start with 4, or 5, or 6. All right, superintendent's back too. All right, we're going to go ahead and start. We have audience, if we could have you guys seated, please. Audience, if we could have you seated, please. Thank you. And we want to go ahead and keep to our time as much as we can. Next item of business is... Okay, guys. Thank you. Next item of business is our consensus items. We will be pulling item G off of the consensus. If we could have a motion to pass the rest, everything except for item G.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we pass everything on the consensus agenda except for item G.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of accepting or passing all the items except for letter G, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That passes 6 and 0. We will have one board member sit out on G. Do I have a motion to accept item G?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The first and second. Any discussion? All in favor of item G, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes 5-0. Carrying on. Next, we have policy consensus. We have 20 minutes allotted for this.
Mr. Chair, when is the appropriate time to pull one?
Right
And the
now.
only reason I'm doing that, it's because I had a chance to look at it, and there was a couple technical things I needed to.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Now is the perfect time to pull. Let me grab my pen.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Policy
Would you like to pull
3620.
Policy
Which one?
3620.
3620.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Ms. Walker pulls 3620, so I'll let you be the first to talk on that.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we want to pull off of the policy consensus? Ms. Craybill,
Policy 2310, public participation at board meetings.
3310, and that's Ms. Craybill. Anything else? Okay, so if we can move ahead, and then we'll come back to those two. So if we can entertain a motion to accept policies 2300, is that right? Yeah,
Yes.
2300 and 3460. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second that. First and second, any discussion? All in favor of passing those two policies, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes back to 7-0. So we have two to discuss. Ms. Walker, you were first with policy 3620. Ms. Walker.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd clicked on some of the links at the bottom. There are some changes, obviously, that were made. I think that was in line with, I guess, a new bill that was passed. And it is not referenced at the bottom as far as legal is concerned, and I think it should be. I think, because I basically cross-referenced, I looked at the new additions, which are basically Part B underneath the number 1, and there's a big segment, I think, that was picked up straight from the law. And I don't see a reference to that at the bottom. Also, there is a link down here that goes to nowhere, or at least the page is not found. And then I really had a question about State Board of Education Policy EXCP 000. I could not find that anywhere. So it's really kind of just more technical things. I'm pretty sure that these additions are based on a new law, so I just want to make sure we're putting it in our policy properly.
Okay.
Not that I agree with them.
Ms. Barnhart, are you on? Would you like to speak to that, or would you rather have Mr. Vogel speak to that?
I mean, I'm happy to let Mr. Vogel jump in, but Ms. Walker is correct in saying the alignment is with the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, the verbiage of it, and that's what it reflects here.
I'm sorry, did you hear that? 'Cause I could.
She said that it was, the text was lifted from the Women in Fairness Sports Act.
Okay.
But it's not referenced in here at all, because I know it's not board words, this is legal words. So I just want to make sure it's in our policy.
Ms. Barnhart, can we add that in somehow? We need to add that in so that we have that reference. Mr. Vogel, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, we can add that in. The law is Session Law 2023-109, and the specific language that's in the proposed policy is language that amends General Statutes 115C-12 and then in parentheses 23. So we can reference that at the bottom of the policy.
Okay, so do we want to delay this for a month and let that be done, or do we want to move forward on it?
I mean, there's a couple other things. There's a link right here as well. The athletic, middle and junior high school athletic manual, that, when I click on it, it takes you to nowhere. Or it takes you to, oh wait, there it is. It was not doing it for me last time. It was going page not found. So that might be okay. Let me check it again. Make sure. Yeah, it does now. Okay, and then the last thing was so scratch that one. That looks like it's working for me here on this. But then there's EXCP 000. There's no link to that, and I could not find a reference for that. So I don't know.
Where exactly are you located?
At the very bottom, it says
Oh, at the
State
very
Board of
bottom, okay.
Education Policy EXCP 000. I don't know if that's just. 3 lines from the bottom of the board. I don't know what that is.
Mr. Chair, I think we can't click on it because it's a PDF. Because if you hover over it, it doesn't allow you to even get there. But the other ones work, but that one doesn't.
So we just need to fix the link?
EXCP 00. Yeah, it doesn't do anything for me either.
Do you want me to clarify
Yeah.
that?
Mhm.
EXP-000 is the state board policy for the collection of policies governing services for students with disabilities. And so it's on the state board policy manual.
Is there a way we could get that fixed, though, as far as being able to address that? Okay, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we adopt policy 3620 with 2 changes or 2 additions to correct these, what's the word here? Things that are not quite there.
Legal
The women's
references?
sports, and spell out the law and the General Assembly, the General Assembly statute that the attorney mentioned. I wrote it down if I need to say it out. And then reference the EXCP 000 with the state board policy, so that it can be found. But have the staff do that, and then just,
Update it?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, I don't think I heard Ms. Bradford refer to the language that we inserted in letter A, where it says, and have not obtained a high school diploma. She only mentioned the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, unless I misunderstood.
So section A, she's just discussing, I don't think she did, I think it's in
I'm
there.
saying, let's pass this, fixing the 2 things that Ms. Walker mentioned, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So it would be with that.
Pass it as presented here, okay.
Okay, any further discussion?
Hughes got something.
Mr. McManus?
And I know, I think it speaks to it, but to say it a little louder, everyone has to be extremely careful when students are given a non-state curriculum written class, and some kids are allowed that. So you have to be extremely careful so that you don't end up finding at the end of an athletic season that they were ineligible. And that's happened to a couple of our surrounding schools.
Yes, it has.
Actually cost one state championship. So when the coach signs off, the athletic director signs off, and the principal signs off, so there are 3 different checkpoints for that. But we do allow some kids to take non-state curriculum written classes. I think one out of so many allowed, 2 you're ineligible, but I'm not the living word, that's something to be very careful of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But we might well pay attention to that if you could.
Okay, so we have a motion in front of us and a second. Any other discussion? Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll on this? This is to pass it with the corrections that Ms. Walker had requested, as presented besides that.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yep.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0. Our second policy we pulled off was by the request of Ms. Craybill, 2310.
Yes.
Ms. Craybill, I'll let you speak.
Thank
please.
you. So in letter B, in the first sentence, each month we are striking out, we are proposing to strike out the first part of at least one regularly scheduled board meeting. I do not believe that that is a good idea, that if we take that out, it lets us put it wherever we want. And although it may seem good to us, it is not good to our community. The people that come here to speak, they shouldn't have to wait till the end of the meeting unless they are specifically told in advance. And I think we've all talked about it a lot, that we want to have their commentary before we start voting and discussing items. So I would like to make a motion that we leave those words in.
Okay, so you're talking about under B, the
Letter
first
B.
part of.
It says each month, the first part of, it's in red and it's struck out. I make a motion to leave those words in.
Okay, I'll do a thing here. All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Mason seconds that. Sorry about that, guys. All right, we have first and second. Is there further discussion? So we're talking about under public comment, each month, the first part of. Ms. Craybill makes the motion, and Ms. Mason makes a second. Discussion? Ms. Mason.
I just wanted to kind of explain why, for me, I want to be respectful of the time of our community members, and leaving it where it is allows them to know when to come all the time. Then we don't have to make any announcements. It's a consistent time. And if it's too late, there may be some people who don't want to participate, and that would limit the community's ability to express their concerns to us and thus limit their free speech.
Okay. I think I heard Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart, did you want to speak?
Yes, sir. Part of this was from the suggestions from the ad hoc committee, as well as whenever we were revamping the agenda policy to be a suggestion. So this would allow that flexibility for you as the chairperson to set the agenda how you would. The other conversation that I think was brought up in the subcommittee and policy meeting was that looking at the surrounding meetings that we see with county commissioners and city council and the towns of Brighton Beach, things like that, their public comment period is reserved for the end. And I reached out to kind of get why that was happening. One, their meetings are a lot shorter than ours. And so we've talked about streamlining the process and what it looks like. So to mimic successful meetings makes sense in my head. But the reason behind it is we're here to do the work. And so allowing that public comment period is absolutely very important to me. We still have one of the longest public comment period that in the surrounding area. However, this would allow us to do the work of our board, put our best foot forward at the beginning of the meeting, hear from the public at large. So this does not, having this struck through, does not mean we have to put it at the second half of the meeting. It allows for that flexibility of us to try to continue to streamline the meeting process.
I didn't understand most of that.
Oh, it's hard to understand. I think she said that, my understanding was it was flexibility. It gives the chairperson flexibility to, and also it helps to have us be fresh at the beginning of the meeting instead of after an hour. Ms. Walker?
Thank you. I agree with fellow board members regarding the expectation of it being in the first part. I also agree with the notion that we want to hear from them before we make decisions. So I would like to keep that part in there because for both those reasons, but also to respect the public who come to speak to us on a regular basis.
Okay, Ms. Bradford, then Mr. McManus.
I would agree with Ms. Barnhart. We had months of ad hoc committee discussions on how to make our meetings more professional, more streamlined, and we couldn't even try to move the call to audience to another place because it's set in policy. So we said in the policy committee that if we struck that, we'd have the flexibility of perhaps trying it once and see if it worked. We had 3 or 4 people that did not show up tonight. We were under our normal. We allowed an hour. We only used 39 minutes of that hour tonight. My goal is to have more people speak, not less. And who knows, it may actually be possible that the public would prefer it to be a little bit later, I don't know. But by having this in policy, we can't even try it. And that, I believe, was the point. To speak to the fact that people would have to be told in advance. Of course, they'd be told in advance. They get a notice that says, congratulations, you've won the lottery, you get to speak, and it would tell you approximately what time that was going to be in the meeting. So I can't imagine that it would be a huge burden on the public at all.
Mr. McManus?
We've never had less than 10 people, that's for sure. I just don't want to, I can see both sides. I just don't want to take away the fact that the audience knows exactly when we're going to have the opportunity to speak. We're going to have great communications if we change what they're kind of used to now, sign up, time, et cetera, because they're waiting. But I get what being offered. I just want to make sure that we can talk to them and ask them because they're here all the time.
Well, and I'm going to speak and then I'll let Ms. Mason speak. But, I've always been an advocate to hear from folks, and I really have. That's why we have the town hall. We've done these other different things. And I definitely think this might be looked at, maybe just perceived as, as a way to cut down on the number of people. And we definitely don't want to do, at least I don't. I can't speak for everybody at this point, but I can definitely speak for, I think the vast majority of us want to hear. That's why we have town halls. A lot of other counties don't have those. That's why Ms. Grable has mentioned, several times that, a lot of the other counties, I think Brunswick and Pender both spend a half hour. We spend twice as much time. So anyway, I definitely think we do want to hear from folks, in that. Ms. Mason.
I have to respectfully disagree with some of the other board members. A lot of the community that is coming out are parents, they're teachers, and if they are parents and they have younger children, expecting them to sign up and either stay with their children, find a sitter, pay for a sitter, and come at a later time isn't super respectful of their time. Additionally, we have teachers that we're asking to come and sign up, and depending on the length of our meetings, if it's at the end, we're then asking them to arrive on time and get ready for school the next day. It's not being respectful of their time either.
Okay, we have, yes, Ms. Grable?
Yeah, I just wanted to add 2 things that I forgot before. So you can take a look at the room right now. The room is pretty dead, didn't mean that. The room is pretty sparse with attendees. We have tried before to break our call to the audience into 2 segments. One, you speak in the beginning. If you're on the agenda, you speak at the end. If you're not, if we don't have an agenda item, and it kind of didn't force, but it allowed many people to be distruthful on how they signed up, and very creative in their topic. But the one that really concerns me most is that we just passed a policy, 2300, that said our board meetings will get over with in 4 hours. And let's say that we're going over and we're going to cut our meeting off at 4 hours like we all just agreed to, then what's going to get cut but our community voice? And so that is my biggest concern, is that we are really not listening to the people that, that we're allowing an hour to talk. So we may as well give them the hour at the beginning, and if they choose to listen to the whole board meeting or watch it at home later, they can, but they're here to. And then I guess the point would be too, when would they come to sign up? Like if they didn't make the lottery, would they come at 5 o'clock to sign up? Or would they have to come back at like 8 o'clock, to sign up, to be on that list? Because how do they know, who didn't show up? So those are the two more concerns of mine.
All right, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please? I'm sorry. So Ms. Crayville's motion is to, if you look on page 2310, under B, each month, the part that's in red would be reinserted. So each month, the first part of at least one regularly, et cetera, et cetera. Ms. Craybill, Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Mr. McManus? Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
So Mr. Craybill's motion to reinsert those letters passes 5-2. Okay, so we are back to the point where we need the whole policy to be passed. Is there such a motion? The amended policy.
I make a motion that we pass policy 23, the amended policy 2310.
Okay, we have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. McManus. Your first and second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by... So, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, I believe that brings it back to what we have currently in policy, so I don't believe we need a motion on this.
I think that we do.
I was thinking about it as you were putting it up for a vote, and I don't think we need another motion. I think that a motion was made to approve the policy, removing the proposed revision, and that motion just passed 5-2. I think we're finished.
Okay. We will carry on then. All right, get rid of that. Sorry. A second here. All right. Our next piece of business is policies for second reading. Pull that up. We have two policies, 5008 and 7305. Is there any discussion? If not, is there any motion? Is there a motion to pass these two policies?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pass them both as amended with the red that we see here.
Okay, as amended. I'll second that. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Carried 7-0. New business, traditional calendars. That would be Dr. Faison, I believe, coming forth.
Good evening. So
Good to see you. It's good to see.
I am bringing forth two calendars for you from the calendar committee, the calendar for 24-25 and the calendar for 25-26. The calendar committee met and would like your approval on these two calendars. And I'll take any questions, or the board members who are on the calendar committee can also address those questions.
I would like to, if this is okay, I'd like to ask for the members of the board that are on the calendar committee to speak to it also. Mr. McManus, Ms. Walker, would you mind?
I think I've said this before. I'll say it quickly. We had a great meeting, great representation, and every single individual from any school who had a question, they got an answer. And in almost every single time, we worked it out. And I was really excited about the cohesiveness of this group, not only for 2 years, hoping the legislature will change the starting date, but so we can get exams that first semester. But it was a wonderful group. I mean, they talked with each other. No one lost their cool. It was really a good exhibition of how we should behave and how we do business. So I think it was great.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Walker?
I will echo. I I almost felt like it was a fluke. I'm like, the meeting went so well, I was almost like, is this real? Like, it really did. And I think the reason that we worked together to get the folks on there, on the committee that we wanted, was to hear from a varied group of people, and we could get, real world kind of advice, because Mr. Madison and I, we're not in the classroom every day. And so it was, I think we didn't really talk that much at all. I think we listened, and if people had questions. I will add one thing though, that not about the calendar committee, because it was great, but I am still frustrated that we do not have calendar flexibility, and I just want to say that out loud, because I know as a board, we sent a resolution to Raleigh, and I just want to say that we deserve to have calendar flexibility. We're not asking for the moon and stars, we're asking for a week, if that. And all we want is to be able to let our students be able to take their exams before Christmas. And so I just wanted to have to say that out loud, because I think it's going to come up again, and hopefully it will, and hopefully we'll get it on a legislative, agenda soon.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I think we all agree with you 100% on that. And thank you, Mr. McManus, for your kind words. Ms. Craybill.
So since the agenda review, I had several people reach out. If we're looking at the traditional calendar for 24-25, where we have Friday, November the 1st off, which would be like a teacher workday, the concern for several parents was, we're off on Friday, we come back to school on Monday, and then we're off again on Tuesday. So, is it possible to move that teacher workday to the following Monday? I don't know. That got brought up several times, so I thought I would just mention it.
Yeah, so our teacher workdays are basically centered around the end of the grading period, and I'm trying to see, the end of the grading period is the 31st, so you couldn't move it to the following week, because that is the time where the teachers are doing the grades, so report cards can come out. So the biggest change with that has always been around that kind of time frame. The biggest change is, instead of Halloween itself being the day for teacher work day, the educators felt like the day after the candy goes out is when they should have the work day. But that is based on, the teacher work days are based on end of the grading period. You will note the only time that is really not in the first semester is we actually put in a parent conference teacher workday. We have heard from parents and we've heard from teachers. We want to collaborate and talk, but we don't have time for that. So you'll notice that the calendar committee added a date in October for parent and teacher conferences.
Okay, are there other questions? Ms.
Yeah, I
Bradford?
had one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I didn't even listen to the calendar committee, so I'm sure there was discussion on matching up of the spring breaks of Cape Fear Community College with this spring break, because some of the students that are in those classes, they don't get a break at all, because they have to show up to, their school on Cape Fear Community College day of spring break, and then on our spring break, they still have to go to Cape Fear Community College classes, so.
We actually, Mr. Guthrie and myself we were working even before the calendar committee convened. We sent something out to the calendar committee and shared with them what CFCC's spring break was, and asked if we would want to consider that. It is just so early. I mean, we get in school and then it would be time for spring break, because they, if I remember correctly, are right there like the first week of March. And it was just too early for us to consider, but I mean, I shouldn't say consider, because the calendar committee did look at it. They just felt that it was not feasible for us. But keep in mind, we are working with CFCC, and we work with them to outline those courses that are heavily taken by our students, to make sure we can do some flexibility of scheduling with that and do that staggered start. So we are definitely collaborating with them on that.
Okay.
Bradford?
I was a little concerned tonight with our student voice. Their solutions and ideas, the last one was academic calendar optimization. Adjust test schedules to allow end of semester exams before major breaks. The same concern that we've had over and over. So what happens if we pass a 2-year calendar and we get a break in Raleigh? Where is there flexibility once we pass a 2-year calendar?
Yes, the board can always come back. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We call another meeting, we change it.
Yeah, exactly. The board can always come back and do that.
And Dr. Faison, how many students were a part of the calendar committee?
We had solicited 4 students, and all high school students. We actually had 1 or 2 who showed up.
And we are now over our 5 minutes, so do I hear a motion to approve our 2-year calendars?
I move we approve the 2-year calendars.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Mr. McManus seconds. Any additional discussion? If not, please, all that agree with that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Faison.
Thank you.
Next, we have Title IX Committee, Ms. Craybill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was only able to give just a little cursory talk last time, but so I have more prepared notes tonight. My first meeting of the Title IX Committee was on August the 12th, 2019, and that was only the second meeting of the official committee. I was the PTA council rep at that time. At that meeting, Jarrell Lewis was hired. His hire was announced, and his first day was September 11th, 2019. Lisa Estep was the first chair of the committee. Stephanie Adams was the second chair, and I was the third. The committee was formed not with any political slant or along any party lines. Rather, it was formed to address an impending crisis in our district and to protect our students immediately. Subcommittees were formed, one being policy and procedures, two, and under policies and procedures was athletics, with a focus on equity in athletics and compliance with Title IX as it related to any club, intramural, or interscholastic athletics within New Hanover County Schools. Also in that, we needed policies on academics, making sure that our programs were equal opportunity, and that we had policies on sexual and gender-based harassment. That was Mr. Lewis's number one priority when he arrived here. Second subcommittee was education, where we focused on education and programming in the schools related to Title IX topics, content development, and the delivery platforms. The third, so under education, we had to educate staff, students, parents, and the Board of Education. So with staff, they do vector training. We've set up that whole program through HR, where the modules are assigned, their attendance and performance is tracked. We also have in-person training every other year on different Title IX related topics, including prevention of sexual abuse and human trafficking, although those are not Title IX, issues. Students had the opportunity to take classes like bringing in the bystander and shifting boundaries in middle school, provided by our community partners. And we have had, back then we didn't have many, but now we are having parent, nights. And actually there's one coming up on November the 16th, I think is the day, or 15th. And the Board of Education has had training to be an appellate hearing organization. If you recall, I have suggested over the past year that our board takes some of these trainings and we keep voting or dismissing it and not doing any more training for us. The third component was resources, focusing on collecting data to find out what we don't know and analyzing it to find out what we can do about it. We provide education and providing education and resources to community stakeholders with related Title IX topics. So we use our community partners as resources and as educators and co-educators. We use state and national organizations for guidance, and we use the federal government, U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, U.S. Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, and the, where was the last one? Sorry, I forgot that one. The Department of Education, I already said that one. Okay, so that is how we were formed. The committee met every year, since 2019. The last meeting, and all of the minutes of those meetings should be posted online. I found a couple of them, and Crystal was our liaison back then for the Title IX committee, because that's where I went back and looked at my notes. So she might have more minutes that maybe didn't get posted. But our last meeting was in February of 2022, and that is when we reviewed the survey results. We rolled out the survey in October of 2021, and then reviewed those results with the board in 2022. What I put at your desk, you'll see Mr. Lewis did give us an update. It's the one that has New Hanover County on the top. Dated May the 26th, 2022, Mr. Lewis gave us an update on the review of the Title IX program from 2021 to 2022 school year, talking about the highlights of what we had done. An example, I'll just read them out loud. The Title IX office responded to 219 reports of sexual or gender-based harassment. We released a Title IX climate survey. We performed numerous Title IX staff trainings. We implemented preferred names, request procedure for Power School, and conducted Title IX athletics audit. So all of this was done based on the current administration's rulings, which that at the time was up through the Trump administration. But this, so my proposal is that.
Motion, ma'am?
No, I'm not making a proposal yet.
Okay.
The proposal to disband the Title IX committee is not taken lightly, is the fact that we have an established department. We hired a Title IX coordinator. We hired a Title IX investigator. We have an HR investigator that can work in tandem with the Title IX investigator. And the work that we set out to do with this committee, all the things that we set out have been done. And we were even, quoted as saying, when we settled our case, that we were quoted as we were going to continue our efforts in New Hanover County Schools to be a model for proactive prevention efforts, strong policies and procedures for student safety, and a culture of vigilance. With our department, I believe that we're doing that. And we don't need a committee to do that. Much of the work that now that our Title IX department is involved with is about, employees making reports, students making reports, and a committee doesn't need to be hearing all of those informations.
Just to remind you, we have about 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
But
want to ask questions?
but you have to have the background. And if you're going to cut me off, then we're going to cut me off and we'll roll it on. But you have to have the background. So
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Can I finish, please?
We'll give you another 30 seconds.
So some of the other things that have come up in this is that, oh no, I've lost my train of thought. Go ahead and ask your question, Ms. Barnhart. I forgot.
Ms. Barnhart?
Oh, I remember what it was. Okay, so Dr. Faust had said in our meeting that most other school districts do not have a Title IX committee, and the reason being is because they have Title IX departments, and you don't need a committee to do our work, and to do this work. If you go back up and look at what it says, is that we will work with the committee works with the superintendent, the Title IX coordinator, and the staff. and to ensure that students are not denied equal access to educational programming and opportunities on the basis of sex, and we do have to add, if we're going to keep it, and sexual and gender-based harassment. So,
Ms. Cribb, I'm going to have to, because we've allotted 10 minutes. And
I'd like to make a motion to extend my time, please.
Okay, we have a motion to extend Ms. Crabill's, or the discussion time. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, first and second. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of giving another 5 minutes to this discussion?
I think we should give another 10 minutes so that we can have time to ask questions. I don't think we're going to need it. Okay, then 5. 5 is fine.
5 minutes, okay, 5 minutes. All in favor of extending this discussion for 5 minutes, please signify by saying, well, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
All right.
Yes. Okay, so the last thing I want to add before we open it for the discussion is from our board policy 2330. It said the board will organize and chair standing committees for the purpose of conducting thorough deliberations and investigations of issues and informing and recommending action to the board as appropriate. So by the very nature of us being a board, we cannot investigate, we cannot deliberate, we cannot offer suggestions on anything dealing with students or staff. The only thing we would be, because then we wouldn't be able to have hearings. So I believe it's in our best interest to let the Title IX work be conducted by the Title IX department.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question really became after Dr. Faust's comment from the agenda review, and I sent an email to the committee members asking this of the full details of the things that this committee implemented by approval of the other board and how they align with the current regulations in regards to Title IX. And I also take point with my fellow committee members during the agenda review that we need to have consistent updates. And so with those two things, I don't feel like I have the answers of what exactly the list of things that this committee did and we changed in the district. And so I'd like to see that detailed list, and if Ms. Craybill and Ms. Mason can work together to get that. But with that being said, I feel like this would be most appropriate to postpone this discussion to next month so we can all get that information and see where that lies and make sure that it's in alignment with where we should be in Title IX.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really feel comfortable getting rid of this committee totally and detaching it from the board. I still believe we should be part of the Title IX discussion and reporting. And we have, like I said, we had a climate survey done that we haven't followed up on that showed that we had some climate issues, but also we had an audit as well that we've not had a follow up on. And we need regular updates on the laws, and I think we still need to have a little bit of oversight. Not that we need to control anything necessarily, but I think we still need to be attached to it in some ways. And I don't know what the solution is. Perhaps we can make it an advisory committee instead, or something like that, where we're there just to hear and report back. But I don't feel comfortable getting rid of it totally. So that's my.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Mason.
I agree with what several of my fellow board members have said. I think it's important that we do have that continued accountability, that continued transparency. And I would really like to establish any and all Title IX legislative updates, reports, protocol, practices to be presented to the board, whether in public or if there is private information that needs to be shared in closed session. And I would like to see that in the very least quarterly. I believe that would provide that transparency, that connection still to, and would allow for the board to still know what's going on. We are the ones that are making policy, so we need to know what's going on within our schools, and we need to know what's going on legislatively with this particular issue.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why this is so sudden. We just heard about it. I just heard about it last Monday. It feels rushed. I make a motion, I move that we postpone this discussion to the work session that we have scheduled so that we can talk about it rather than just have it as an actionable item or hear another presentation on it. I make a motion to move it to the work session.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Further discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Okay, a couple points is that we don't have a scheduled work session, and we already decided on 3 topics. One got added into what my proposal was, so we're looking at like a 4-hour work session now if we really want to give this credence. I do want to, and maybe I wasn't clear when I was showing you this report from Jarrell. I would think that an annual report would be sufficient for us. That is what some of our colleagues in the university world do to their Board of Trustees. I'm not saying we take our eye off, but at last year's NCSBA Fall Law Conference, Elizabeth Troutman from Brooks and Pierce, who is one of the experts in this field, said that was reminded us of what our board responsibilities are in Title IX. One was to adopt policies defining the different types of harassment that are prohibited. We've done it. Modify policies with changes in the law. We've done it. And we're waiting to hear of any new ones. We are very on the ball on changing our policies and support training on the different definitions. We also have a responsibility to invest in equal opportunities and ask our outside funders perhaps to help us with programming and things like that. We are supposed to have all of our training materials must be available on the website. They are. Notice of non-discrimination must be on our website and included. Our Title IX committee is doing that. Identification of a Title IX coordinator and methods for contacting must be readily available and on the website. They are. People must be able to find information on how to file a complaint. Ethics 360 is right up there. We have record-keeping notices and adopt policy and procedures, refer people to policies, training for the Title IX, investigators, decision-makers, coordinators, facilitators of informal resolution, which we do. So all I'm saying is that this hasn't been sudden, and if anybody is surprised that we haven't had a Title IX committee, then why haven't you asked since you've been on the board for that? So I would like to make a counter motion that we decide, actually, you know what, I'm not.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to bring this to as I said before, we're still trying to find a date. I put out, I think, about 10 dates, and we have not found a date we can all meet, but we will try to get that done as soon as possible. But Mr. McManus actually has asked for one of the other items to be taken off of that, so we just have Robert's Rules of Order, just to clarify, Robert's Rules of Order and the feedback to be discussed. We'll be taking the other piece of information that was on there and moving that to our December meeting. So the motion we have in front of us right now is Ms. Bradford's motion to move this discussion to our work session, which we're going to get as soon as we possibly can. We have a second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll on this?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
So that passes 5-2. So we will move that to that. Our next item for discussion is Soil and Water Committee. We've allotted 10 minutes for this. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off. I'll make a motion to allow the Board of Education 2 liaison positions with the Soil and Water Committee.
Okay.
And I make a motion to do that.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Discussion. So her motion was to have 2 Soil and Water Committee liaisons as was discussed with us last meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am?
I know it's hard to hear and I apologize, but I did send the detail of what that would entail. I went back and forth with Drew Harrison about the expectations and stuff, so I forwarded that to all board members so they're aware of what that would look like.
Okay. So Ms. Barnhart makes the motion, Ms. Bradford seconds it. Is there a discussion? Mr. McManus?
Tell me the advantage of two.
Or any.
Well, it's Ms. Barnhart's motion, so Ms. Barnhart, why two?
Sure. When I was discussing with Ms. Harrison, we discussed how the changeover in our board, and so to have two people be able to articulate it, Mr. McManus, and so when people roll off, just like with the CTE Council, I think the more people that we have included will help amplify and grow that relationship in our community. So she was open to suggestions as far as numbers. So if you don't want to see it be two, one could be absolutely something that we decide as a board or more than that, but felt like two was a solid representation.
Okay, Ms. Walker.
Thank you. Well, I'm a little disadvantaged because we didn't really get this information until really late. And also at our agenda review, we didn't get the information that discussed the duties and the time commitment and everything like that. I'm not against having relationships with, outside agencies, but the ones that we currently have right now, which are Legion and also Parks and Gardens, they're under the county statute. So that allows, board members to be on them. This one is a state one, and I was looking at their website, and I mean, the email talks about submitting resumes and things like that. Like, in my opinion, the soil and water is on the ballot, just like school board is on the ballot. And I feel like it feels like it's like a appointed position that really, even though it doesn't have voting, you're not allowed to be counted as a vote. It still doesn't feel like right to kind of be on a body that is an elected body. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but like I'm feeling we should have more discussion about this. And, another board member had made a point about even talking to the cooperative extension folks that also do stuff with our county. So I would like to talk about this a little bit more before we make this decision. It seems like it's very, very involved. You have to have a resume on board. I mean, I don't know. And then we had that discussion also about, the gardens, which I'm definitely not against gardens at all. But at the same time, we had talked with staff about them having champions at each school. I don't want to be responsible for thrusting things on schools where, there's nobody that's going to be in charge of them. And that just adds to the burden of staff. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Mason? I'll get you, Ms.
My question, I guess, would be, if there are applications, is that then something that the board chair appoints, or is that something that soil and water decides?
I'll bring that back to Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart, you understanding?
Sure. Yeah, and I thought that was made clear in the email, so my apologies for that. But what would happen in the process that I was discussing with Ms. Harrison would be, just like the chairperson's elected of our board every December, they would appoint 2 individuals to this liaison position and just basically essentially say, these are the 2 appointments. And then soil and water would have to, quote, accept them because that is their process. And Ms. Walker referenced to that. But it would not be an application per se. It would still, just how our board operates, it's an appointment by the chairperson. So it would operate in that manner. And then the Soil and Water Board will officially accept.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I share Ms. Walker's concern about an elected official being put on another elected official's board. So I wanted to ask our legal counsel what his thoughts were, or if he could do some more research for us. Is that appropriate?
I don't have any immediate response to that, but that's something I'd be happy to look into for you.
I have another hand up over here. Ms. Mason?
Let me correct what I said before. It says on this that New Hanover County Soil and Water would hold resumes. If there are resumes that have to be turned in, it appears to be an application type process, at least based off of what I'm reading here. How do we, I guess my question is, if the chair appoints 2 individuals, do those individuals then have to write a resume to submit to Soil and Water?
Bradford?
I don't understand why we wouldn't want 2 people from this board. I don't want to go, but why we wouldn't want more interaction with soil and water. It can only benefit our school children and that's what we're here for. I don't understand the pushback. And then I think it was just last month, we had a school board member say they wanted to be appointed to this board. Bam, we did it like that. It was over in a nanosecond. So I don't understand the hesitation. It can only help our children to have 2 school board members serve on another board that's going to benefit the district.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes, so 2 points to that is that, first of all, we heard that from 2 of our senior staff that they didn't want us to commit ourselves to something that we couldn't deliver on. And also saying that they would do whatever we said. So I'm just having a hard time with us being on any board and then directing our staff because of what we heard on that. I also brought up and I asked, you to consider us allowing a presentation from the North Carolina Cooperative Extension because they also work in our school district and they have an advisory council where that they would invite us to be on without a resume. Dave Spencer was on that, and I believe he still is, just as a community partner member of that committee. So they also do training in our school, and they also do field trips in our school. So I would like to see us, if we're going to go the work session route, to allow us to hear from the Cooperative Extension, which is also part of the Soils and Water, and it doesn't have so many requirements, and it's not an elected official applying to be on another elected board. So I'd like to make a modification to Ms. Bradford's motion, is that we postpone this discussion until a work session or to another meeting.
Okay, so you want
To
amend?
I want to amend the motion that we postpone this discussion, just like we did Title IX, to another opportunity.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone, that's the right word. Postpone this, is there a second?
I'll second that.
You have a first and a second. Is there additional discussion about postponing this discussion? Mr. McManus?
30 seconds.
Probably.
Mr. Anderson, can Mr. Anderson answer
Sure,
if we
go ahead.
need this or how important this is? Because he's the one who deals with soil and water more than anybody with building.
Well, it's really a school decision. There's been some schools that have participated in some of the programs. I think the more appropriate question is, does it fit academically, instructionally with what we're doing? And if it does, then, and schools choose to do it, then we'll support it.
Okay. 57 seconds, yes, ma'am? And then Ms. Craybill, and we'll finish. And we'll discuss the first.
I just don't understand why it has to be a non-exclusive thing, why we couldn't also explore the cooperative extension. To me, it seems like as long as we have board members that are interested in doing something, that we would. We just appointed, or we just said that we would send one of our school board members to the North Carolina School Board Association that will then write the policies that they send us that say, these are, you have to do this, we suggest you do this, or whatever.
Point of order,
So
that's
that was a
not
pretty
relevant to this
strong
discussion.
thing
Point of order.
to make that
Point
motion.
of order.
Point of order here.
It's not germane to this discussion.
And I will rule on that point of order. I think that is a good point, so I will understand that. We are out of time, so we have a motion in front of us right now and a second and that's the amendment from Ms. Craybill to delay this discussion. Ms. Bowie, and again, there we go. This is to delay this to either the meeting for the, what do you call it? Thank you, yes, that one, that meeting, or to a later meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I heard a definite time in the motion. It seemed like it was to postpone indefinitely because there wasn't a specific time that was in the motion to when it would be postponed.
Would you like to clarify your motion? Do you want to do it to the work session or to a later regular meeting?
Ms. Barnhart said that this doesn't even get looked at until January. So I would like to postpone to a work session to the beginning of the new year.
So that's the motion, to postpone this discussion to a work session beginning of the new year. First and second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
So that is defeated 4-3. Puts us back to our main motion, which is to nominate or to have two positions, to a liaison position to the Soil and Water. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Wildebohr, I'd like to make a motion on top of that, that we reduce it to one board member and not two.
Okay, there's a motion to amendment to reduce that from 2 to 1. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Ms. Walker seconds. Ms. Bowie, since we are out of time, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll on that? Sorry to bother you, that.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No?
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
Again, that's defeated 4-3. Goes back to the main motion to have two positions, two liaison positions nominated to the Soil and Water. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
That passes 6-1. Very good. Do we have any correspondence? Hearing none, we will care.
Does that include a meeting?
Yeah, sure. If you have something to share.
I was invited to meet with some parents in the principal's office at New Hanover High School a few months ago to talk about New Hanover High School. Focus point, the facilities in New Hanover High School are not even in the same ballpark, parking lot, county or state compared to some of the newer high schools, for instance, well, all of them, but particularly Ashley. And I do believe that an attractive school, like an attractive house or whatever, attracts people and makes people feel better about their surroundings, and therefore I think it makes them do a better job. I was invited to a meeting just a few days ago, and I met with a county commissioner, Ben David, Mr. Zappel, the mayor, and the two parents from New Hanover High School again about this. The reason I bring it up is that I think that we need to discuss pushing our local government to have a bond referendum as soon as possible in 2024 to redo New Hanover High School. The school is 102 years old. It is not inviting, let's be honest. It does not have the facilities of other schools. We need to address that because it'll still take a long time once we address it. So I want to say it publicly, and thank you. We need to do that. And the overall majority of that committee meeting agreed.
Yes, and I'll actually be meeting probably with the same group Wednesday. They've invited me, so I'll be meeting with that same group.
Need to say it, needs to get out there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Walker and then Ms. Bradford.
Well, I would just add, I have something to add, but also to this, you guys are on the bond committee, so.
Oh, yeah.
I was just looking at the committees. I was like, Mr. McManus and Mr. Wildebohr were on the bond committee. So I'll just be brief. I just say a couple weeks ago, I had the honor to give the Mission Moment speech at the recent food bank fundraiser for Chef's Table. It really was a discussion on food insecurity and how it has many different faces. And I got to share a story that really wasn't easy to share, but it was very much worth doing because we were in a room full of very generous people for a very generous cause. And I hope that everybody continues to support the food bank for lots of reasons, and not just for, our students, but also maybe staff and other folks we might not know.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Bradford?
I would like to echo Mr. McManus's sentiments, and we have scheduled a Finance Committee meeting for December 4, 10 a.m., and that is the number one topic on our list is our schools, the infrastructure, overcrowding. It's the number one thing on our list, so if you have an interest in that, please come.
Okay, I'm going to carry on.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
So I had the opportunity to attend the Out of Darkness Walk at New Hanover High School. A couple hundred people were there, and all of the speakers spoke very highly of the programs that we have at New Hanover High School and within New Hanover County Schools that helping our students deal with mental trauma and mental health issues. So I wanted to thank you, Ms. Varnum, and your whole department with that. I also attended the Fall Law Conference with Mr. Wildeboer and Ms. Barnhart, and that we got a lot of really good information from there, and looking forward to getting some more information from them, on some upcoming legislation about the graduation stuff, graduation requirements. Also, too, just wanted to remind that we agreed to talk about getting something written from the ad hoc committee about how we're going to do our next agenda review, so that we have guidelines, because I felt that the agenda review last time, some of us weren't as prepared as others to make presentations because we didn't know we were required to. So I would just like to see that before our agenda review meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. So, to any other hands, I'm going to carry on with announcements. These are provided. The Equity and Diversity and Inclusion Committee will meet on Wednesday, November 8th at 5 p.m. in the Board of Education Center. The seating capacity for all these meetings is 150. The general public will have an option to view remotely on the NHCS YouTube. Legislative Committee will meet on, as just mentioned, on Thursday, November 9th at 11 a.m. That is at the New Hanover County Administrative Building, which is located at 6410 Carolina Beach Road. The audience capacity for that is 10. The Policy Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, November 21st at 10 o'clock in the Board of Education Center. We've already discussed the general public will have the option to view remotely on the New Hanover County TV YouTube. Board of Education will hold the agenda meeting, as Ms. Crable just mentioned. That will be Tuesday, November 28th at 2 p.m. Board of Education Center. And again, the the general public will have the option to view remotely. And finally, the Finance Committee will meet on Monday, December 4th, 2023, 10 a.m. Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely. At this point, we do need a closed session, so I will read this really quickly. I would like to entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant on General Statutes 143, 318, 11 for the following purpose: to prevent disclosure of information as privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of General Statutes, to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, including in respect to LH versus New Hanover County Board of Education, and to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, and conditions of appointment, and conditions of initial appointment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, grievance, or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
We have a second. I'll second that. All in favor of going into closed session, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. We are in closed session. Board members, we have about 3 minutes to get in there, please. second?
Second.
First and second. Any discussion? If not, we do need a majority to amend the agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 6-0. The announcement is, board.
Is she on? Oh, is she?
No, I'm sorry. I will amend that. It's a 5-0 vote. That's a 6-0 vote. Thank you, Fredo. The board voted in closed session to approve settlement in LH versus New Hampshire County Board of Education. Terms of settlement include 1, provision of independent education evaluations, 2, holding an IEP meeting, 3, staff training, and 4, payment for necessary education services and attorney's fees. That's the announcement. At this point, I would entertain a motion to dismiss.
Moved.
To adjourn.
Second.